this again. Okay, for anyone stopping by, let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if the audio works. Let's see here. Looks like everything's working. Okay, so let me see. Figure out how to share this. There we go. I'm working, so YouTube has this sort of new stream interface thing that they have available that I haven't really used much, so bear with me a bit as I figure out how it works. Alright, so let me share. Okay, I see. Okay. Um, Today I'm basically going to be creating a character or finishing a character I was working on yesterday. It's going to be used for both Diver and my other series, Guardian Instance, and then I'm gonna attempt to do a snake, snake creature. Attempt to make it from scratch. I was gonna do this on my own, but since I hadn't live streamed in a while, I figured like it might be cool to live stream this. So yeah, so mostly we're gonna figure out how to create a snake, but first I'm going to finish what I was doing yesterday. Which was basically Frankensteining hands on this character that you see right now. Sorry, computer, let me know if the stream is okay, because it looks like the computer's slowing down a bit. Let's go back. Alright, it looks like we're good. Okay. Okay, now we can get started. Okay, so basically yesterday what I was doing was the character model that I was working on this, I realized had sort of smoothed out fingernails because I had used before the character prior to this new character I'm making was a character that had gloves on, and so I basically smoothed out. Hang on. computer is acting slow for some reason, which might be a problem. Okay, let's see. Do I have an example I can show? Yeah, him. Okay. So, let me hide this. Well, he has two. Hide this again. Okay, so yeah, the hand of the character model that I was working on, and I didn't even realize it. And I actually gave him a new head, which took a while before even realizing that his hand was all smoothed out like this. See, because in the original model I kind of smoothed out the nails because I used I used the actual body to make the glove, and so yeah. Actually, let me delete this guy. I already have this character saved on another file, so I can delete him. I want to delete some stuff so that it isn't as slow. Because as I mentioned before in streams, it's kind of not difficult, but it's tough sometimes to work while streaming because streaming kind of slows down the computer just a bit. But it's not too big of a deal to not do it. But it's just one of those things. Let's see, what else can I delete? That's the guy. I should keep him. As you can see, this guy has no hand because this is the character that I took the hand off of. This is a character that was from another Dead Star short that I did. It was a body from a Dead Star short. I don't know how many of you guys have seen my other series, Dead Star, but the short film was called Under God's Eye, and this character was called Aldo, I believe. Is this Aldo's body? Yeah, it is. Because material here says Aldo's skin. So yeah, this was Aldo, and from that Dead Star short film, and he has, as you can see here, he has hands that still have fingernails in them. So I basically chopped off his arm and used it for this guy. This is the guy we're working with. Now I already attached this side, as you can see here, but yesterday I didn't finish attaching this side, so let's do that. Dang, how long has it been that I saw you stream? It's been a while. I haven't streamed in a while. And yeah, the sniper. Oh, that's exactly right. The sniper. Who? You know what's funny? I just realized that he actually got his arm chopped off. I wonder, was it his right arm? That's hilarious if it was. Yeah, his arm chopped off in the short film, and then I chopped off his arm again. Was it his right arm? No, I think it was. No, I think it was his left arm. If I remember correctly. I have not seen or worked on that short in years, so I don't remember which arm it was. That's hilarious, though. I didn't even realize that until right now. That in the episode, for those who didn't see it, he got his arm chopped off, and I chopped off his arm again. Oh, spoilers! I mean, sorry for anybody who is curious about watching that. Now I just spoiled part of it, but that's exactly right, Clash Demic. I'm glad that some of you guys have seen Dead Star too. That's pretty cool. Alright, so basically I'm gonna have to combine this hand to this body, to this wrist here. I'm gonna have to make sure that they both have the exact vertices. So let me check. This has 13 vertices, which you can see at the top of the screen. Well, I mean, you guys probably can't see. It's probably too small, but I can. But in Blender, you can see it at the top of the screen. And so this has 21 vertices. Okay. Okay. I think for the other side, I added two over here. So I'm gonna add two here. Well, that's more than two. That's probably fine. Let's turn off orthographic. Oh, the fight was them. Yeah, the fight was them. That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite episode or short or animations. It wasn't an episode technically, but that was one of my favorite things I did for Dead Star. Actually, that took way longer than I thought. Looking back on it, but yeah, that was one of my favorite fights. So I'm gonna have to delete. Let's see. Let's delete this. Let's merge that. Actually, I don't know how many of you guys follow the series on social media, but I posted I think was it 2 days ago that the actual eighth I guess anniversary, if you will, of the first episode of Dead Star was the 19th. So the Dead Star is, well, technically it's more than 8 years old, but the first episode, the release of the first episode is now 8 years ago, which makes me feel super old. But the show itself actually I started making it in 2011, so I started making it August 2011. And before the first episode was made, I actually and I think I had it on the channel for a while before I deleted it off the channel, because I was like, this is crappy. But I had like the first kind of version of Dead Star, which I made in 2000. I think I finished in early 2012, but I started making it in 2011. It was basically like a sort of lower quality version of Dead Star before I kind of revamped the models and changed everything. And changed the look of everything. For those of you who follow the series on social media, you might have saw the original versions of the characters when I posted like the original versions of the characters versus with like a side by side of the latest version of them when the series ended in 2018. Was it 2018? Oh no, I think I mean, it technically ended in 2017, but I was still working on it in 2018. And then just to give people a timeline, and then January of 2019, I believe, is when I just started doing Diver full time. Because I was like, I was planning on doing both. Like, I wanted to finish Dead Star and keep doing Diver, but it just wasn't. It was never gonna happen. It was just, I wanted to give Diver my full attention. It just felt kind of like that Dead Star kind of had my full time, when I was when it was first starting, so I felt like I should give Diver the same attention. I felt like it wasn't fair to my child, my creation. So yeah, that's what happened. Choreography. Thanks. Oh yeah, yes, that's true. Yeah, there was gonna be. I think that was. Yeah, that was gonna be an episode about Harrison when he was training. Um, and I still am kind of really excited about that. Like, I really love that story. And I don't want to give it away because I might tell it some other day, or might use the idea for that episode for something else. But yeah, I shot a lot of it, or animated a good, like, the beginning of it. Um, so almost all the shots that you see in the trailer of that were like that was like the first act of it, and I was about to get into the next act, but that was another thing that was just gonna be so big that it's one of those things that realistically I realized I probably wasn't gonna be able to do. So I was like, maybe I should just focus on episode. What was I? I was on episode 11, yeah. So I decided maybe I'll focus on episode 11, and then I decided to just focus on Diver. But yeah, that I don't want to give away that episode because that was one of my favorite stories. I mean, all the flashback stuff with the soldiers was some of my favorite stuff to do. And I feel like if I ever do Dead Star again, there's a lot of cool stories about Harrison's past and things that I want to get into and kind of connect the. I wanted to. There's without giving much away, which is weird to say that since I'm not working on Dead Star, but without giving anything away, I wanted to. There's going to be some connection between the characters in Under God's Eye, the 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 short film about the Vera soldiers, which Aldo was in, and there was going to be a connection between those characters and Harrison that was going to eventually be kind of revealed. Not like a familial thing, like they're brothers and sisters, not like that, but like there's going to be a way to tie in sort of Harrison into those characters too, like Harrison's past is connected to them. But yeah, I never got around to it. Which it's lame, but I felt like it's time to try something new before I kept that going. Which it was weirdly like not that hard of a decision though to stop Dead Star, which I feel like maybe I've talked about before, so maybe I won't go too much into it. But but it was honestly kind of like it kind of made sense to me, even though like it wasn't like, oh man, like this sucks. It was more like, yeah, like I already went way farther with Dead Star than I ever thought I would. So it was kind of like all the new Dead Star stuff was all just like, it was all just like, wow, I can't believe we're doing episode 10 now. Like, and like the animation looks better, and I think the show got better over time and everything. And so it felt like it was already better than I ever thought it would be. So I didn't feel like super sad about stopping. I was more like, well, this is this is cool, even if it doesn't continue now. Now maybe we'll continue in the future, but for now, I think it's best, to start something new and to, you know, maybe people, maybe get, new viewers and things, and before we go back to that. But yeah. I don't know why this connecting this Frankensteining, I should say, this hand is taking me so long. Let me get through this. Still have to rig the hand to the bones too. But yeah, for anyone coming in, I'm going to be finishing this character and kind of working on his design, and then I'm going to be creating a snake, which I've never done before. I've created some creatures, but I still feel like I'm kind of new to making like creatures and things and animals and anything that isn't like human. And so I still feel like I need uh, not practice, but just like I don't know. I still feel like I need to get faster. Not like practice, but just like faster at doing it. Because sometimes I just feel like get lost when I'm doing it. Because I'm like, like what am I doing? Because like with humans, it's like you get it's kind of sort of like drawing humans too. Like modeling it and drawing are different, but it's kind of in terms of learning how to do it, it's kind of similar because you get used to sort of learning the topology of the muscles and the bones and like how long the arms should be and things. You get kind of you develop kind of muscle memory and so like going into animals like that muscle memory is just gone. You just have to look at reference constantly and and to me that gets I don't know, it's not as easy I guess, but no wait, hang on. I'll be right back. That's my dog making noise. Okay. Sorry about that. That was longer than I expected. Oh, no. I I did say it was gonna be released the 31st, but yeah, I did. I later tweeted uh, that that wasn't gonna be possible because I wanted to take a little more time on it. Well, I shouldn't say a little bit. Probably like the end of November, maybe. Like maybe around Thanksgiving. Any chance you're gonna reconsider? No, I mean not at the moment because I'm kind of um I don't I don't want to say that I'm using most of the ideas from Karya in my new series and the new series I'm doing, Guardian Instance, but like, but the idea of doing sort of like a fantasy story about a young boy and some ideas from Karya are being used, and also the idea of it being kind of like having a sort of not necessarily an adventure, but like I'll just say that it's a lot of ideas and sort of motifs and concepts that were going to be in Karya. I decided to do on like a smaller scale with the Guardian Instance, which is the other series I've been doing at the moment. And so and and because I'm doing it, I'm not sure that I necessarily in the future I'm gonna do another fantasy series about another boy. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. It's just there's a lot of similarities the stories are different, but like there's a little similarities in the projects, and I'm not sure if like if I finish Guardian Instance, I'm not sure if I'm like gonna immediately jump back into another slightly different, fantasy, series about another little boy, but which is slightly different. I don't know if that makes any sense. Um, I can't explain it, but there's yeah story elements uh, that I'm using. Even though the premise though of Karya is different, so I might use the premise somewhere else. Um, yeah, I hope that answers. I'm sorry, that was a rambling mess of an answer. How's it going, Urban Midnight? That I'm glad people enjoyed Karya. I'm still honestly hearing. I heard from a few other people in previous streams that they liked it too, and they were kind of like disappointed that it ended, and that to me is kind of the most I heard about uh, the series. It's kind of like, oh, I didn't really, besides the initial like the comments and the when it first came out, I didn't really hear much feedback from people, which is cool, but it's kind of like it was kind of like a surprise. It's like, really, I didn't think it landed really. Um, Beyond some nice, did get some positive feedback and stuff. So I'm not trying to say that like that didn't matter, but it was just like I thought for the most part people were just kind of like, oh, cool, and then you know, and that was kind of it. But yeah, I'm glad. I'm mostly just right now. I'm just glad that people liked it because. But the main reason is because every time I think about it, I think about wow, that took a really long time to do a pretty short episode. Um, and so yeah, so it kind of reminds me why I didn't keep it going because it was kind of too big of an idea, and also I wasn't done with Dead Star yet, and also I don't know. I wanted to try something smaller. Cario's fire. Thanks. Uh, for some reason, this comment is being held for review. I'm going to say show it. I've been grinding my ass for on Blacktober. That's awesome. That's good. Might have been, yeah, it might have been YouTube broken out algorithm, but also I like there's kind of a lull in feedback after, like, for a while after it was released, and then I think it got seen by more people like after I kind of already had decided to stop it, and there's that whole thing too. Um, but yeah, it was alright. It was the right call because I'm thinking about it again now, and I'm like, yeah, that's not a series that I could have done along with something else. If I was only doing that, then yeah, I could have probably done it. But it was just super big. Plus, I wanted to try something a bit of a lighter tone, like as sort of my big project, which Diver ended up being. I kind of like the idea of doing something in a different tone and doing something and trying sci-fi again. And yeah, ultimately I just kind of wanted to try Diver. I wanted to try Diver for multiple years before I ever even thought of Karya. So yeah. So it's like the idea that I thought of first won out. Even though what happened was I wasn't planning on doing any kind of series again because what happened was I was burnt out after the first episode of Cardio was done, and I think I had just done something with Dead Star too after that. I forget, and I was just kind of like I was like I don't really want to do this anymore, and so I stopped doing just making movies in general, and then I was like, well, Karya's too big, so I can't do this if I'm gonna do something else. Like once I decided to do something else, I was like, Karya's too big, and I don't want to do anything that big. And then then for some reason I decided to do Diver just because I was getting really excited just writing notes about it, and then I was like, okay, screw it. Even though this is big, I want to try this, even though there wasn't really, to be honest, like there wasn't really a big there wasn't really like a big decision or like you know how actors and people in the entertainment industry they like sign on to projects and it gets like a big announcement and things. There wasn't really anything like that in my head. It was just kind of like, oh, let's tinker around with this idea, the Diver idea, and let's write a script and let's like contact some actors, and it was like the whole time until like I actually started animating, it never really felt like there was like any pressure or anything. Like I was just kind of like because I'd already done Dead Star and Karya. I guess I felt like I don't know, like it wasn't much, like I didn't have to prove myself to anybody. I wasn't like going like this time, people are gonna like with a lot of later Dead Star episodes. I felt sort of like I had to prove that I didn't suck after making some uh, episodes of Dead Star that weren't as good as I wanted them to, or weren't received on how I wanted them to be. I feel like I got to the point where I was kind of just like not wanting to people to think that I sucked, or to not even that, not even like what people think, but more like I really care about the story, so I want to turn it around, in the eyes of people, because I really care. I love the story of Dead Star. It's like one of my favorite things, and so it was mostly that, and then yeah, and then but once I sort of feel like I did that for myself, I felt like I I kind of didn't have anything I needed to prove to anybody. Okay, so next I'm going to need to rig this hand. Sorry, I'm rambling a lot about Dead Star. I apologize for anybody who's like, what's Dead Star? Okay, so I'm gonna rig each of these bones one by one now. Um, Dead Star was the best. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was, wasn't it? It was the best. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I feel like I feel like I don't have to do this one at a time, but I feel like if I don't, something's gonna get messed up. Like, okay, let's try not doing this one at a time. Sign. Okay, I didn't have to do it one at a time. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I think that sounds personal. Well, thank you, Clash Demic. But this, these both my new things. They're in their early stages though, so we'll see. We'll give it time. You know, hopefully you like these. Well, maybe not more, because I like, you know, might just start Dead Star again one day. But hopefully, my new stuff is cool too. Honestly, that was like one of the reasons I I felt like I wanted to make something else because I felt like I learned so much on Dead Star. I felt like well, what can I use this knowledge, these newfound powers, to use on next, and then thought I had Diver in mind for a long time. So any chance we see the Red Eyes assassin droid? You mean like Like if Dead Star comes back or something? Like will we see it again? Oh, I don't think so. Pretty sure it blew up, didn't it? But I don't know. Honestly, I've been thinking, and I haven't really. And this is obviously an idea that I have that's not fully formed at all. But I was thinking like if like once the new things I'm working on are over, it might be cool to like do like a re done version of Death Star, kind of like Brotherhood, Brotherhood, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood version, and in which case, if I do that, it'd probably be maybe shorter episodes. Like I don't think it would be as long. I think it would be like shorts, kind of like the way Guardian Instance is the other series I'm working on now, like a series of shorts or something. I don't know if I'd ever do like I don't know after Diver and Guardian Instance. I don't know that I'm going to do like a series again. At least not by myself. It's kind of something I feel like I want to. It's something that I not only want to tell the stories, but it's also, from a technical perspective, it's also something that I feel like I want to see if I can do, and so once if I get to finish them, like I doubt that I'm going to like just do just make series by myself for the rest of my life. I think it's something that I feel like I'd like to um, have done, and and but like to me, but like the stories can be in any format. Like it could be I might make a movie or or a short, like a series of shorts or like anthology thing like that. Like Diver would be a cool kind of anthology kind of series of shorts or something. But yeah, I don't think I do here 5 more years of Dead Star. Like I'm gonna spend 5 or more plus years after however long Dead Star. I mean, Diver takes. I doubt I'm gonna like commit an open-ended amount of time to to making another series of Dead Star. But it would probably be like, uh, yeah, like shorts or something, or like, or 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 like comic maybe motion comic. I always had a lot of ideas for like a Dead Star comic, but at the time it was ideas of like Harrison's like past like stories that like weren't weren't in the present day of the version of Dead Star I was doing at the time. But yeah, if I ever did like a redone version of Dead Star, it would probably show more of him fighting the the group was called the Dalmasca, like the group that were using the flowers and he was stealing from them. It would probably be more of that, and so in that case, then he probably would. It might be cool if he fights like different versions of that sort of cyborg creature. But kind of the idea of like that part of Dead Star was kind of the fact that it was the idea was that he's fighting like all kinds of he's fighting like the whole organization kind of in a way like all like different you know kinds of enemies that they're all kind of after him, and so that was kind of which is funny because I didn't like. It kind of became that. I don't know if that was my plan uh, for the beginning when I started Dead Star, but that's how it became, and because I kept going like, let's have one more episode with Harrison before he meets Fandolin. Let's just keep doing it. And that happened to me for years, and then and so it just became like a series of that, of like of getting to know different things about him, and him fighting the Dalmasca. But yeah, I don't know, because I do kind of like the idea of him fighting different kinds of villains. And if there was a villain that would come back, it probably wouldn't be a robot. It'd probably be like maybe like the twins that or something from the monsters episode. That would be kind of cool. Actually, I think I did have plans to do that. I don't want to say exactly what they are though, because maybe I'll do it one day. But yeah, there were plans to use the twins again, and I think that's it. Yeah, yeah, the twins were gonna be back, and I think there was another. And because the little boy got like his robot arm chopped off, I had like ideas that he'd have like a better arm, like a stronger arm or something like that, and he'd be stronger. And yeah, there was cool ideas, but yeah. But even still, like with that said, I still kind of feel like I still kind of feel like I don't need like it's not doing Dead Star again isn't something I feel like I need to do though. So it's like I don't feel like there's even though the story wasn't finished, I don't really feel like there were things left that I feel like, oh man, I really have to do or I'll never be satisfied. Like the cool thing about ending it was that like I kind of did I'd already felt like, well, this is bigger and kind of better than I ever thought it would be. So like I never thought I would have like like actual prominent prolific voice actors doing guest stars spots and things when I started the show. Like people I was like a fan of, like Michelle Ruff, who was nice enough to do Diver as well. Like she agreed to it, and that was like at the time I was like, what? And so yeah, so many things happened where I was just like, wait, what? This is happening now too. And so I don't really feel like I don't feel any kind of regret that like, oh man, it's a shame that this thing that turned out to be an amazing experience could be even better. It's like I'm happy to leave it kind of as it is. And I think it weirdly, I think it works kind of, even though the story leaves off. I feel like it kind of works as like a show on its own in a weird way. Like I feel like in terms of like something that's never been done before, like a series like that, made by one person. I feel like it might be it's kind of an interesting watch, even though the story doesn't finish. I don't know, but because I'm not the audience member, but I feel like it's you know it's a unique. That was another thing, reason why I kind of felt like this is like a Dead Star retrospective stream that's turning into, but that was another reason why I felt like I was I was cool with ending it because I was kind of like, this is kind of an interesting thing. Like the fact that it's, even though the animation is kind of inconsistent and and all that, and, because I was learning as I was going, it's kind of like, it's like, when does this ever really happen? Like where there's just been a show that went on for as long as it did that was just, by one amateur. No, but yeah, I think it's kind of interesting. It's kind of and I feel like I'd rather, I, as an artist, you kind of dream of just achieving anything that's interesting and kind of, new in this sort of, climate that we're in, where so many so many kind of recycled ideas and reboots and things. So yeah, if that makes sense. I should change. I should change this to change the title to this to like Dead Star, a look back, a reunion. Actually, what would be kind of cool? I was just thinking that would actually be a cool title. Like if there's a Dead Star, if Dead Star ever gets, like if I ever do it again, or like if it gets like a retelling in some way, that'd be a cool title. Like instead of Brotherhood, because that only kind of makes sense for Full Metal Alchemist. Like Dead Star colon reunion or something. I don't know what the reunion would be, but it'd be like, it'd be like a double entendre, because it's like a reunion of like, the people, well, me and hopefully the cast who made it, and also, and it's like a reunion with like the audience, because like the people who watched it. And but I'd have to think of what the story of the reunion would be. Oh wait, maybe. Oh, I think I just thought of something. I don't want to say it though, but okay, I think I know how that could work. You should be proud. Yeah, thank you. I am. I wish I could get motivated. I feel the exact same way, Urban Midnight. I definitely didn't get as there were many days, including and especially yesterday, where I didn't get clear nearly as much done as like I thought I would, and so here I am. I've had as I have plenty of times like that where I feel like, I'm not motivated at all. I've just been lucky enough to like been able to finish, certain things, and so so people can can think that like, I'm more motivated than I am because I have work to show, but there's plenty of times where I'm like I don't feel like doing this. Which, as I say that, this is actually something I could have easily finished last night, but I was like, I had been working like all day, and I was like, I don't, I'm just gonna, it's like, even though it resulted in me being behind, I still feel like I'm not doing anything. But yeah, I don't recommend anyone to beat themselves up for not getting things done, or not being exactly where you want to be in terms of productivity, because you're never gonna be, unless unless you have a schedule or like you're getting paid. I don't think anyone is like is is ever like this is exactly the amount of productiveness and the amount of progress that I wanted to make, and I hit it every single day. Wow, I don't think that person exists, which I used to think there were people like that, but I don't think so. Not on like personal projects. If the person has a budget, you know, it's and financing, it's it's different. But at least that's what I think. I mean, someone to motivate me. You mean like a what's the guy's name? I was gonna say Phil Robbins. That's not. Oh, Tony Robbins, right? You mean like a Tony Robbins kind of guy? Alright, that looks good. How what? You mean how do you get motivated? I don't know. Or how does Tony Robbins motivate people? I'm not sure that either. I just know that he was in a movie called Shallow Hal I used to watch when I grew up, and that's the only reason I know who he is. That's a movie I don't think anyone here has ever heard of, but it's it's a movie about not being shallow, basically. It's actually kind of a weird message when I look back on it. Like, I mean, the message is good, but the way it was done is kind of weird when I think back on it. But oh, how do you get motivated? Um, I don't know. That's up to you. I don't know. I think everyone has certain things that stop them from being. Everyone has their own thing that gets in their way of motivation or productivity. I can't. That's you know. I don't know. I think. Well, for me, honestly, the number one thing, uh, and it's funny because like there's definitely no solution because again, like I just said, it just happened to me yesterday where I was like, I didn't get done as much as I wanted to because I was just like, I did, I just wasn't feeling it. But the main thing for me that I'm realizing helps is just like taking, uh, I guess, is taking breaks and not sort of weirdly not kind of pressuring myself is kind of like what helps me be more productive or motivated. Because I think when I go like, you need to get this much done by tomorrow, and you need to do this, you need to do that, then it just you just kind of create disappointment for yourself because everyone on the planet like always gives themselves too many things to do when they do that. Um, and so yeah, for me it's like for me even working on Diver when I look back on it, it's like I I was much more relaxed, and I feel like that helped. Uh, and also it helped because after the breaks, I felt like I I felt like I was thinking about making it while I was on the break, and so when I finally got back to work, it was kind of like okay, finally, like I'm back now. I like taking the break actually made me like that feeling that I was kind of behind was actually a good motivator to make me go like okay, let's now we you took your break, now let's now let's really get to it. And so it could the feeling that feeling of I'm really behind, I think is a good motivator, which I don't know if that helps at all, but I'm definitely not Tony Robbins. So for anyone listening to this, I'm not the one to give advice. I always enjoy watching. Oh, Alkali, how's it going? I feel like I'm not the only 3D art hobbyist. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. You're definitely not the only one. I think whatever meant was, what do you mean by the Tony Robbins? Oh, he said how though. I think if he was asking who that was, he would have said who. I mean, I could be wrong, but I I I construed that as like, how do I get motivated? But maybe I'm totally wrong, and I've been ranting for no reason whatsoever. He's like, but he made me think of. He made me reevaluate my own motivation. So it was. So I'm glad. I'm glad. Even if I did misconstrue that, because now I'm thinking like, what does motivate me? I don't know. Because I definitely don't work only when I'm motivated. Maybe that's because that nothing would ever get done. What is with the one word questions, Irvin? Me? What about me? Hang on, I'll be right back. Okay. Um. Yeah. Yeah. I turn my sound on mute whenever I take a break or whenever I have to go downstairs. From all the cities you made for my shows, which ones was the most pain in the ass? It's funny because I was gonna create a few buildings on this stream at the end if I have time. If I can finish the snake in a reasonable, because I'm gonna finish this guy and then I'm gonna do a snake, and then if that's not gonna take as long as I think, I might do a couple buildings. Which one was the most pain in the ass? Probably the one from episode 9 of Dead Star, because God, that took a long time. Because it was like, and that one I had sort of. That was the only time where I ever had help from anybody, kind of. Well, kind of, because like there's two artists I knew. They made like I think two or three buildings each. Yeah. So I had. So they made two buildings, and then I think, yeah, I think that's it. And so yeah, I did have help on that though, but I had to make pretty much everything. Like because I only used buildings like in the background and for like the shot at the end of episode 8 when they see the wide shot of the city. Yeah, yeah, it was called City of Gold. But I use like the buildings that they made for episode 8 at the end where you see like the city on the horizon, and then I use some of their uh, models for the backgrounds. But that was really hard because I had to. Yeah, I basically had to make all the like the principal like the I think in production lingo it's called like the hero sets. Like the hero things are like the props, and like they're like props that like the main characters use. So like if like in Star Wars if they make a bunch of lightsabers or something, then the hero one is the one that the lead actor uses or whatever. But yeah, all the stuff that like all the streets and things that Harrison, Pamela, the main characters, all the things that they walked on, interacted with, uh, I made, and that was a pain in the ass. I used things from other projects too, like I made a music video for Johnny Young Bosch's band called I Shine. And I made like a neighborhood uh, in that, and I used part of that for I used part of that neighborhood for that, and what else? I think that's it. I think I had the model pretty much all of that. God, that was a nightmare. Oh man, that took so long. I mean, yeah, there's the add-ons are cool, but like it doesn't really work for like sci-fi, you know. And I'm not really it's probably um I doubt it's for like you know, sci-fi and fantasy and things. And plus it's like there's a specificity to like, especially I had to make buildings for Guardian Instance recently. I had to make like a lot of buildings, and like that needed to be a certain like architecture because it's Guardian Instance, like the city, the kingdom in that is like has a specific kind of architecture from like an older time, and so most things, when they have a specificity to it, you kind of have to just make them, you know, by hand so that it's consistent with all the design. You build a floor plan. Oh, okay. That might I might try that. I'm not gonna lie, I do well for that that would have been nice, but for the city for Diver that I've been making, I do there it's kind of like not I kind of want them all to have different kind of looks to them. And uh I don't want them all to be kind of have like a repeated, floor system kind of thing, but I don't know. It might I might check it out. It depends on and also yeah, it depends if it works for my version blender. But yeah, I might check it out. Even though I don't mind making them myself though. It's just like the volume of it. But yeah, the city definitely from Death Star was the most pain in the ass. This one that I've been making for Diver is actually it's actually it's actually not bad. It's actually been fun to create the buildings. Okay. Now I got to gotta give him. Going to give him like a body, like a bandage wraps around his body, um, because he's gonna be a character in my other series, Guardian Instance, and their clan has these bandage wraps around their bodies to cover their their tribal symbol on their back. Oh, he's super skinny. Maybe nah, he's gotta be skinny. I was gonna say maybe I should. You know what's crazy is this is the body that Harrison had from Dead Star. For some reason, I thought it'd be interesting if he was like super skinny, which is why he's super skinny in the first like parts of Dead Star, and then I kind of changed my mind later. Which I even had like a joke kind of about it, or it wasn't really a joke as much as it was kind of exposition of it, to kind of let the audience know it was on purpose. But there's a line in episode. This is really a Diver stream. I mean a Dead Star stream, but that's fine. But there's a line in episode 9 of Death Star when Roa, his the female sort of worker in Junie's shop, who's also their friend, which she says like he's like you look so thin, and that was number one supposed to indicate that it's been a while since she'd seen him and that he's been there, and number two was supposed to indicate that like his sort of weight is kind of just kind of a result, his kind of like state of mind and his kind of depression that he was in, which is why like in the flashbacks he's like super buff. So yeah, That was purposeful. But yeah, that's why this character is skinny. But it works that he's skinny because that ties into the story for Guardian Instance too. It's actually Harrison's pants too. This really was Harrison. Wow. Also, these pants are terrible, but it's fine. Okay. For anyone who's watching the stream who hasn't seen Dead Star or has no idea what I'm talking about, I apologize. What is this Dead Star thing? You can already see now someone's gonna be like, does he mean like Death Star? Like Star Wars? I got that a lot when I was you know what's weird about making like original or your own things is like I feel like sometimes I feel like people mispronounce like whatever your title is just on purpose. I don't know why that is. I've had so many people who they see the title, like they see it. Like it's not me saying, "Oh, I made a series called Dead Star." Like they see it and they go like, "Oh, so Death Star, is it Death Star?" It's like, dude, like it's there, like it's in front of you. Uh, I don't know why that is, but I've definitely had a lot of that, and not that it's like impolite of them. I don't mean like it's just like I don't know why that happens when it's like when you know it's like you're making something that like you're introducing them to something. It's like they don't want to say it for some reason. I don't know. I've had it multiple times too. Like I don't know where that comes from or what that is, but oh thanks. Yeah, I didn't make the city in Under God's Eye. That's like a public domain city that I think anybody can use. Um, but I did make that building. I'm pretty yeah, the building I made that in the wide shot of like the building. God, that was really hard. That was a really that episode just went on and on and on. But yeah, a lot of that stuff. That was another thing about Dead Star is that it was getting so big. Like the story was getting so big that it was hard to make sort of all of it myself, and so that was another reason kind of why I wanted to move on to something else because I wanted to make something where like I made like everything. Just because I just maybe just because I wanted to challenge myself. I don't know. Maybe out of arrogance. I don't know, but but I did. But I felt like I don't want to start something that's beyond my means. Even though it's kind of it's probably weird because like nobody makes series on their own anyway. So it's like, but yeah, that was one reason too. Um, and so yeah, starting with Diver, I wanted to make everything myself. Also yeah, I think it is because I do enjoy like the challenge of that. Like, cause like before Diver, I wasn't good or wasn't. I never wanted to make like creatures and things because I thought like it's too hard. I don't want to make creatures and things and animals from scratch. Like it's too difficult. And once I started Diver, I'm like, let's just do it. Like why are you complaining? And so yeah, there's been a lot of creatures and a lot of animals and things, and that's been like really fun. It's like that's like that's uh that's where a lot of the fun comes in. Is like kind of that's where a lot of fun came in with the end of Dead Star was like getting to do things I always thought I wasn't as good at, or like I never thought I could do, and things like that. Like the last episode of the most recent episode of Guardian Instance. Not sure how. I feel like this is a stream about anything but Diver, but I'm not sure how many of you guys have seen my other show yet. But I started another series, and it's called Guardian Instance. It's a fantasy series, and I released the new episodes early on Patreon for anybody who wants to support the Patreon page and help me I was gonna say help me get the episodes out faster, that too, but also just help. No, but yeah, like that but yeah, like I've been releasing that early on Patreon for anyone interested, but yeah, for the most recent episode of that, I like very very hesitantly was like, okay, I'm gonna make like a fox. I'm gonna make it from scratch. I'm gonna do a tutorial, and I'm gonna do all that, and I did, and it's like when I was doing Death Star, I would have like looked for like a free model or something online of a fox, and I would have just modified it or something. But I've been kind of enjoying just making everything on my own, and just kind of like just getting better at all the stuff that I'm not great at. It's like and it's not like a regular fox. It's like a fox spirit, which will be explained eventually for anyone who saw that episode. Even the elevator. You mean that was a free model online? You mean? Parts of it. Let's see, the elevator. I mean, yeah, I obviously made like the yellow thing and turned it into an elevator, but yeah, parts of it were free models. It was a free model of I think it was like there was like a free thing of like Iron Man's arc reactor or something, and then I took parts of that design and I kind of redid it, and I kind of like added like a door and windows and things, and turned it into like an elevator. I think that's what it was. Yeah. But yeah, most of that was like free models except for like the actual characters and and you know like additions I made. But yeah, since then I've been trying to do it all on my own. I don't know why I'm doing this without shading these smooth. was the purpose of that. Let's see. Well, I'm surprised there's a. I honestly did. I'm gonna be totally honest. I didn't expect, since hadn't streamed in a long time. I didn't expect anyone to really show up to the stream. So I appreciate that there's a couple of you guys here consistently. Because I was honestly thinking, yeah, it's gonna be a while until people actually watch these streams again. Because I haven't been doing them in a while. But there's a good amount of you guys. I mean, 6 is high for me because typically it's like it's either like 3 or like 0. So I'm glad that it's not 0. That's just like my mantra for doing this series, I think. Having done Death Star for a while, back to Death Star again, but having done episodes of things where I haven't really heard much feedback, and I had to just kind of continue on anyway. It's been kind of cool to have Diver, where I've had a lot of cool feedback. That's probably the hardest part of making indie sort of series is that a lot of times you're just kind of and making indie anything really is a lot of times you're just kind of making you're just kind of putting things out there and hoping that it resonates in some way. Hopefully, I've been thinking a lot recently about making web series and like how it can be easier for people in the future and things like that. And I've been thinking, I feel like the hardest part about it in general is that there isn't really like a big outlet for for uh, for web series, that don't have a budget, and a marketing team and all that stuff. It's like it's really kind of just like because like back in the day, especially animated too. Because back in the day, I felt like there were sites like I don't know how many of you guys ever watched videos on Anaboom. It was or Newgrounds is still around, but Newgrounds too, I think changed even, or not changed, but it kind of, I feel like maybe the content got kind of oversaturated. Maybe, I'm not sure. But there's this change where even just animation in general, it's like everything has to kind of be on YouTube, and YouTube isn't like, it's like you could be watching, uh, like what's like the greatest show ever, like Breaking Bad or like The Wire. You could be watching that, a show that good that's coming out just on YouTube, and still people would be like, is it on YouTube? Like, it's like I feel like the way people see things, and like the sort of where people see things first, and the presentation of it is really important to how we kind of how we kind of how we consume like media and storytelling, things like that. It's like if The Wire was on TNT or like the Sci-Fi Channel, I feel like it probably, even though it's not sci-fi, but you know what I mean, like one of those channels, like I feel like it would be even construed differently, even though it's like, it's an incredible show. I've only seen the first season, but I know from word of mouth that's a really good show. Um, and I feel like there isn't that for web series, if you know what I mean. Like there isn't really, because it's just kind of like, out there on the internet, or in, there's a couple web series streaming service out there, but they don't have like, they don't have like a not the recognition, what's the word I'm thinking of, they don't have like the and I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of, but compared to like something like HBO or something official, they don't have that. I think reverence is the word I'm thinking of, and I think, and same, and Netflix is kind of similarly. It's like, I mean, like it's similar to like something like HBO or something that has like a kind of like a gravitas to its label. I feel like there isn't anything. I feel like I've seen web series. And I'm not just talking about myself, but I've seen other people's work and other people's web series. I'm like, man, if this was like, this is on Netflix or something, or like a web series kind of streaming site that was like catered to award-winning films or media. I feel like this would like win awards, and I see like like people that I know and friends and things that make really good stuff, and then but because it's just kind of out there in kind of the wild west of YouTube, it gets it's kind of like YouTube just kind of funnels, it's kind of just a funnel of every kind of content. And so having something be like a really good fan animation, having that next to like a compilation of like the best anime moments of something else is just kind of like, it's just kind of like a assortment of random kind of content. And I think that uh, takes into account the perception of web series and things, and I feel like there isn't really an outlet yet, and I feel like that makes things difficult. These are just things I've been thinking about for a while. I don't know if any of this makes any sense. We'll always be here. Thanks. Go finish this episode. Yeah, I'm getting there. But yeah, I've been thinking a lot about not just my things too. It's like I see a lot of people I know who also make web animation too, where I'm like, man, like people would really love this if web content got the same kind of attention as other things. But I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. I'm not I'm not a website programmer, so I can't make it. advance a bit. Pull it up. Miyazaki uses Blender. That's funny. I've been seeing. I mean, I haven't seen because I don't think he's released any of his I think he's been making animation for his museum for the last couple of years. But yeah, I've been seeing a lot of news articles about how he's experimenting with 3D and stuff. That's cool. That's cool to hear. It took him like 30 years, but but because I remember hearing about him visiting like John Lasseter and like the Pixar guys in like the 80s or the early 90s and being interested in like 3D and what they were doing. Uh, so it's funny that like it took him that long to get. Well, that's not necessarily true. He's like all his movies ever since. I think ever since Princess Mononoke have had like 3D shading and things like that. Like there's that technique. I mean, you guys probably know this, but there's the technique that was started in Tarzan of which I just learned that it was started in Tarzan of like the painting, like actually digital painting but on like 3D objects. So it's like um, so it's basically like just having the painting, but like you can you know uh, you know composite over the shape of whatever object is in your scene. And he's been doing that since like Princess Mononoke, which is a movie in the 90s, and he used it on I think pretty much every movie since. So it's like so even though it's still hand painted, he still utilizes he's always kind of, well, not always, but since the 90s he's kind of utilized like 3D 3D techniques at least, if not 3D animation. But yeah, he's never had 3D animation though, actually. Yeah, I've heard of that. I don't. Is that available? Is that maybe? Maybe I just didn't hear it when it was released. But I remember I read the thing about that. I think that he was developing it. I guess I never. So I'm like a Miyazaki nerd, and I've always seen it like in the news, in like animation news and things. But I didn't know it was like available. For whatever reason, I always assume that most of the things he releases are only like recently only been in Japan. Because I heard he has a lot of like shorts, like short films that like he shows in his museum, in the Ghibli museum. Even though I think didn't that close or temporarily close or something? I don't know. Oh, okay. So it's on Twitter. So it's not like, is it like not available, or is it like was like a one-time thing? I just realized this whole time I had not saved this. Let me save this. Okay. Now I think I'm gonna give him clothes. Alright, let me look at this reference. Huh. Okay. Well, I rarely, very rarely do this, but 'cause I usually make clothes out of the actual character's mesh, but now I'm going to just, so I think this is going to be faster. People kept spamming on this chat. People ruined this holiday. I feel like I think he's probably not used to the internet. He's probably like, why are people, why are so many people being annoying in chat? And like, he's, I can't imagine he's like internet savvy, so I don't think he knows that, like, if you have a ton of followers and you do a live stream, there's gonna be just chaos in the chat. Uh, which, I mean, I guess if that ever happened to me, that would be like a gift and a curse, I guess. Because I probably, I don't know, live streams will be very different if this series ever gets a really large following. Because I definitely, like anyone who's been on YouTube, I've definitely been on chats and things where, for channels that have like a lot of followers, and it's utter chaos. But that's interesting that he like live streamed though. That's very interesting. So basically, I'm trying to make like a kind of like a robe like shirt. Kind of using have a bunch of references. I'm not sure which one to pick, so I'm guessing just like a robe like thing. I think I'm making this wrong, but that's okay. I'll fix it later. So why am I not? Sorry, I'm like I'm like way back here. Sorry about that. Why am I not using the mirror modifier? Sorry about that. It's looking like a low resolution Sub-Zero right now, or Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. He says that that's hilarious. I should change that soon. Looks like a bootleg Scorpion. He's not, well, not even, because it's not colored, so. I don't know how many of you guys are Mortal Kombat fans. Mortal Kombat, by the way, particularly exclusively Mortal Kombat 1, the movie, was one of my favorite movies growing up. And I think still is maybe one of my favorite movies of all time. We used to play the games on Sega. That's how long ago that was. And actually, Sub-Zero was it was my main, as kids today call it. So you youngins. Sounds super old right now. He's missing his mouthpiece, yeah. And the white eyes. This is off-brand, like it's off-brand Sub-Zero. It's like their long-lost cousin, 3 times removed. I think they already have like, I think they already have brother, because like Rain, there's like Rain, there's Reptile, there's like a bunch of different ones. I don't know the entire history of Mortal Kombat. I never did, even when I was a kid. So I just assumed that they were all like in the same family. It's just crazy to think back on Mortal Kombat. The fact that like that was just accepted as like a child's game back then. Because now I look back on it, I'm like, oh yeah, I used to love Mortal Kombat as a kid. And I think back at what I just said. It's like that's not a kid's game at all. And yet, like it was just it was just like for kids. And the movie is like a kids movie. I'm pretty sure the movie is like PG, like, and yet the game is like the most vile, violent thing ever. But I mean, I blame my parents, not myself. I mean, I don't blame them because it was awesome. Oh, there's a making of. Oh, I gotta watch that. That's actually kind of cool. I mean, it's crazy how like I know nothing about like like how Sega was made or how it works, and yet like it was such a huge part of like my childhood. I was actually really sad when, uh, I mean, I wasn't sad at first, but I realized later that I was really that was kind of sad that my parents or my mom specifically got rid of our old Sega. She was like, "You guys don't play this, so it's going." And I'm like, "Wait, but at the time I didn't even think about it. I was just like, yeah, I guess." And then it wasn't until later I'm like, wait, no. That was like the version. That was like the thing that people talk about. But they talk about like parents throwing away like comic books or something. Like I never really read a lot of comics as a kid, but like when the Sega was thrown out, and this is when I was like an adult. This was like when I was like I think 20 or 19, like when I was home from school, I believe, and like they were just cleaning out my room, and yeah, that was that was tragic. At the time, I was just like, yeah, I guess, and then it wasn't until later I was like, oh no, like this, and it still worked. That's why, because it wasn't just like a broken like antique, like in the corner, like it's. I mean, it was an antique, but it also worked too. And so it was like, after it was gone, I was like, wait, but it's like not only is it nostalgic, it's also like something that needs to be studied by scientists on why it still worked like 20 years later, and it was just sitting in dust for like decades, and yet it still worked, and yet like PlayStations will break down like after like a couple years, like that needs to be needs to be examined by specialists. Or it needs to be shoved in like the face of like modern game makers who maybe are purposely making things that are faulty so that people can buy it again or repair it. I have like this whole conspiracy on Apple headphones on how they break so easily. I have this whole conspiracy about how like they made them that way so that like people. I don't even know if it's a conspiracy. It just kind of makes sense to me. Like they just make them that way so that like people will keep buying them over and over again. Maybe it's a conspiracy actually. This went from the Dead Star retrospective stream to conspiracy theory. The stream is a mess. I apologize. How long are we in? All right, about 2 hours. All right, this isn't taking me that long. It's not as bad. Hmm. was thinking about all the Sega games that I used to play that I miss. This is turning into another nostalgia stream. I'm thinking about Aladdin, X-Men, the Clone War. You know what's crazy? I think it's funny because I'm pretty sure they copied Star Wars. There's a Sega game called X-Men. I think it was X-Men 2. Was it Clone War? I'm looking that up now. Was it Clone War or Clone Wars? And looking back on it. Oh wait, this is. I think it was X-Men 2, the Clone Wars. Even though Google is saying it was X-Men Clone Wars 2. Yeah, it was X-Men 2 Clone Wars. Yeah, we played this game so much and never, and like all anyone who's ever played Sega knows that these games were damn near impossible. So we never got past like a certain level, but I think it was like a level against, what was it against? Like Apocalypse or something? I forget. Someone who was on the top of some mountain or something. But yeah, it's funny looking back on it that I guess that was in a period where Star Wars wasn't really like, it wasn't, it was kind of over. So I guess they could just like call things, they could just, take names from Star Wars canon like Clone Wars and do it. Nowadays, you definitely couldn't do that. But yeah, I've played that game a lot. Uh, Aladdin was a big one though. Aladdin was maybe one of my favorite all-time Sega games. Had Nintendo 6. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, I never had. You know what's crazy is other than Game Boy, other than like Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, and all those, I never really had any Nintendo consoles. So I never played GameCube or oh wait, no, we did have a Wii later, like way later. Like when I was like an adult, so I wasn't really playing video games that much anymore. Is there a reason why you release? Oh, it's not. I think I mentioned it right. Yeah, it's not coming out the 31st, but um, like I sent a tweet out I think last week or so that it wouldn't be done by then. But I haven't watched The Mandalorian, so I didn't know when it was coming out, so I couldn't have placed it there on purpose if I wanted to. I did know that it was coming out though, but I didn't know when. It's funny because I I saw the trailer to The Mandalorian season 2, and yet I never saw the first season. I was just watching it, the trailer just popped up, and I was like, oh, let's just see what this is about. But I don't really plan on watching it though, so it didn't really spoil anything. That was like the first time. Maybe it's because we're in like quarantine world, and the state of like entertainment is just in constant flux. That I'm not. I don't. I don't view entertainment as like as important as I did pre-quarantine, because it still feels like how's this gonna work going forward? But that's a whole other thing I won't get into. Nobody wants to talk about how depressing this year has been. So it's just, but yeah, I have not, don't really know anything about the Mandalorian besides uh, Baby Yoda is very popular. Yeah, I haven't seen season one. But I hear it's good. You know, that's cool that they made a good show. I haven't really. I'm not really into. I'm a big Star Wars fan, but I'm not really into any of the TV shows too much. Um, but Clone Wars, the movie at least, got me interested in 3D animation. So even though I didn't like the movie, but it got me curious about wanting to like try it. So that's how that started. That's like the most notable connection that I have to it. Even though I love the the 2D Clone Wars, the Genndy Tarkovsky Clone Wars. That's amazing. That's like it's awesome. Yeah, no, I've seen Clone Wars. I just not that I'm just not into it. Um, but yeah, no, yeah, people, yeah, no, I'm not gonna watch The Mandalorian. I'm just not that interested in. I was excited for the new movies and see like kind of how they would do the new movies, but I'm not really. I'm not into the TV. I'm not into like the books and the TV. I'm not into like the little kind of smaller stories as much into Star Wars. Like, there's good ones out there definitely, but it's not really. I don't know. I think I'm more into the movies. Uh, in terms of like, in terms of me as a fan, I'm like a big fan of the movies more so than anything. So I'm not really, like oh my god, I need my Star Wars kick. I'm not really that kind of fan. I'm more like the movie fan. I don't know if that exists, but and I like the video games obviously. But I've actually this whole summer I'm playing Battlefront because I was late to the party of Battlefront because I'm not really haven't really been a big gamer since I was in high school, but lately, I mean this year, mostly because of the virus, I've been like, okay, well, I guess I'm a gamer again because we gotta stay inside. But yeah, I've seen Clone Wars. I didn't see the new season because I'm not really. I've seen everything else. I'm just not. I've seen some of Rebels. I've seen it. Like I didn't. I didn't just like boycott it. I wasn't like I'm not. I kind of watched it and then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not into this. But I love the 2D one though. The 2D one's great. Yeah, I like the three. Uh, I like Ray, Poe, and Finn's okay, but I like the three. I think they did a good job with that in the new Star Wars movies of picking the leads. I feel like there's it's funny because like as much as am the first to be like there was more potential to be had with the new movies. I enjoyed them. Like I've been thinking about them recently. I'm like, you know what? I like them a lot. Like I mean, more so, I liked them when I first saw them in the theater, and like had a great. It was like seeing The Force Awakens as a fan, as a huge Star Wars fan, was like it was like I can't even like explain the experience of that. It was like an out of body thing where I'm like, I can't believe I'm watching a Star Wars movie in theaters again. Uh, it was insane, and so I'm not really as complaining as I've been in the past about what I kind of wanted or what I didn't want or what blah blah blah. I'm just like, I'm glad we got more, and that's it, you know. But yeah, but yeah, I like Ray. I like them. Glad that they finally kind of spent time together in the most recent one. Oh my god, he literally. All right, I'm gonna edit this down because he literally is. He's literally Scorpion right now. I'm gonna turn it white. I'm gonna turn it yellow. It's just. It's obviously not gonna be yellow in the final version, but man, this is that's hilarious. He just is Scorpion right now. Finn is my second. Yeah, I think Poe is my second favorite out of the three of them. I can't get over here. He literally just turned. It's because it's so. It's like a vest right now. It's not going to be. There's gonna be like a belt that ties around here that kind of shrink wraps it. Shrink the whole thing, but right now, that's hilarious. Okay, let's not. Let's get rid of the scorpion thing. Okay, so let's bring this down. Okay, and kind of wanted to have some wrinkles. Let's do this. Let's give it. Wait, how do you? Wait, hang on. There's a way to. Actually, wanted Finn to be. Yeah, I thought that's where they were going with the story that Finn would. Maybe they are after, after episode 9. But thought that's where they were going with it. But they gave him like two other female sidekicks, one in episode 8 and then episode 9. They're like, you get away from her. You get away from Ray. Well, I mean, it's not the movie's fault because technically, JJ he separated Finn at the from Ray at the end of the movie. But hang on, let me look up. This is a tutorial that kind of shows you how to. Because what I want to do is I want to give it like a sort of a belt type thing that kind of makes it look like it's wrapping tightly around his waist, and so that and kind of give this sort of shirt vest thing some wrinkles to it. But I think there's a way to do that. I think there's a way to do that with the cloth simulator. Let me look that up. I think it's like with pinning or something. Like, and I mean like a way to do it exactly kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Okay, I think I'm just gonna make it up. Let's straighten this out first of all. Wait, let's bring this down. Okay, let's straighten this up. And I'm gonna use this as a pin. This will make sense. Kind of sorry, I'm like talking, I'm like speaking in technical terms in my head. First of all, I feel like this needs more vertices. Okay, so this is gonna fall around him basically, and then the sort of the vertices around his waist are gonna make a little, hopefully gonna make a little belt or wrap thing. It'll make sense. Okay. is this taking so? Oh, wait a second. Whoops. I'm supposed to turn subsurface scattering off, which is the modifier that's making it look all smooth and nice. Whoa, 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 whoa. What just happened? I think it just crashed. Well, okay. That has not happened for a while. I mean, while streaming, it crashes all the time, but interesting. Okay. Let me get this back up. Hopefully, it can recover most of the file. See, crashing when the computer does not turn off is okay. When it crashes and the computer turns off, that's a whole other problem. Because when it crashes, when the computer's still on, you could like just go to recover file and then you could find it. Okay, so 4 minutes ago it auto saves. That's not bad. Okay, let's save that. Okay. Well, okay then. Alright. The computer's just like, no. Do you work with Sony Vegas Pro? No. I read Sony and it doesn't even say Sony. Vegas Pro, no. Wait, after this you mean like do I edit the episodes in Vegas Pro? No. Okay, so let's get rid of this. And did I already do that? Okay. Right, okay. So I'm thinking of I was doing this tutorial on how to make a jellyfish weeks ago, I think, or a month ago. And I learned sort of about how to do a shrink wrap or shrink wrap cloth kind of technique. It'll make sense when I was looking up how to do a jellyfish because I was thinking like maybe thinking of how to do spirits for guardian instance, and I was thinking maybe the spirits kind of fly around like jellyfish, but end up making a fox instead. Hmm. Um, okay, okay. Let's see if this works. So it's basically it's going to turn into a cloth, and then it's gonna sort of fall on his body, and then after that, I'm gonna make this area where I want the belt to be. I'm gonna make the vertices kind of scale in like that, and then hopefully it'll interact with the cloth and kind of make it um, interact like a belt would wrapping around the cloth. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, let's save it so that it doesn't do that again. Or if it does it again, we didn't lose anything. Alright, so that's going now. But yeah, I added. I've edited everything in ever since high school in Final Cut. That's kind of like I think I've edited things in After Effects too. I don't remember. Was it After Effects? No, I don't remember. But yeah, Final Cut is the one. Well, before that, it was iMovie, which well, that was before I started making films. I was like editing. I used to edit like music videos together of movies, and they'd all be edited. Oh, whoops! I forgot to. I forgot to make this collision. it's baking the cloth, which basically means it's processing or whatever you call it. But yeah, after this gets done, I think I think I'm gonna give him this sort of hat that's kind of styled in a certain way, a certain style that this tribe used to, the tribe that I've been using a reference for, and then I think I'm gonna make a snake. It's a stupid rhyme. Okay, let's see. No. Oh, right. That doesn't look. Um, I feel like this would look better. Wait. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this would look better with more vertices. But then that would take longer. Um, let's see. Cause like it's not gonna look. Cause I'm gonna model it after the after the simulation anyway. So it's not gonna actually look like this. I just need to get a okay looking wrinkle effect here. So let's see. All right. Yeah. Let's give it more. That looks interesting. Okay. It looks like Scorpion, but like his vest is like made out of feathers. He's fabulous Scorpion. Also, let me turn this up. Okay, go. Oh boy, this is gonna take a while. She closed the door. She did. What does that mean? Looks like armor. Yeah, it's not gonna. it's gonna that's kind of why I wanted to do a cloth simulator. I mean, I could do it by hand, but to make actual wrinkles. But like, I don't want to do that because I'm lazy. I don't want to sculpt it because I mean I don't mind, but it just takes a while. But yeah, hopefully it won't look like armor after I'm done. It's from Hickory High School. I have no idea what that is. What is that? What's called Hickory? Hickory High School. That sounds like one of those like one of the shows that would be on like Nickelodeon, like a cartoon show. I have no idea what it is, but it sounds like a cartoon show about like I don't know monsters going to high school, and the high school is called Hickory. I'm sure that's nothing like what it is, but that's what it sounds like. Which, by the way, was I mean, not the name, but I did have an idea once of making an animated thing about monsters going to high school. But obviously, that's been something that's like done 1,000 times. I mean, maybe not that, but like the idea of like a bunch of different motley crew of kids with different abilities or whatever going to high school. It's a quote from an old series. That's a quote? She closed the door? That sounds like sounds like just an offhand comment. What does that mean? Is it like one of those like jokes that sound like for anyone who's ever heard of Bye Felicia, like if you don't know what that's from, you're just kind of like, what is that? But people have seen Friday or have seen the meme. They're like, it's maybe it's one of those things. It's funny because like I heard that saying, the Bye Felicia saying, like as an adult a couple years ago, and I was like, wait, what is? Why are people saying that? And then I realized I'm like, oh, that's like from that's like from Friday. I think it's more like, oh, there's a snake in my food. Oh, okay. I'm still wondering what that has to do with anything, but I must have, did I say something that had to do with the series? That would make sense. speaking of Toy Story, I saw Toy Story 4 recently, and yeah, they didn't need to make that. I and I grew up with Toy Story like most people, even people who aren't my age, um, and we, like most people, would watch the first two movies as kids and teenagers, and then loved the third movie as a great ending, and then this fourth one, I was like, it. I don't know. I think I also think it was funny, but I also think it wasn't like funny enough to kind of like justify its existence, if that makes sense. Like it was like, okay, if you're gonna tell the story that doesn't really need to be told, that could kind of be told in like a short film, it's kind of like a story, with him finding Bo Peep, which is cool, but it's kind of felt like you didn't need like a whole movie for this. But like I feel like if you're gonna do a movie like that, it's got to be really, really funny. And I feel like the third one was a lot funnier because when I think of the third one, I remember it being hilarious, and this one I don't remember anything really from it. But yeah, just as a fan of Toy Story, I was like, nah, it's not bad. Like it's not terrible, but it just felt like it was unnecessary. Just a random side note. Just more. Okay, let's see. I think this is. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, see, that's kind of what I wanted. If you can see the wrinkles there. That's kind of what I wanted to do, but I didn't want to do it manually. Um, and then with this, it's gonna look way better. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm going to. I'm gonna save this, or I'm gonna apply. I guess apply. Does that work? No. Okay, so I'm gonna apply as shape. Um, Thank you, 369, of following your work since that. Oh, thank you. You're gonna love this stream. This stream is like a Dead Star. A look like a Dead Star retrospective special or something. I talked a lot about Dead Star earlier, but yeah, I appreciate that. The cloth thing looks neat. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to do. What I just wanted to uh, do this without having to actually see. Like I didn't want to model and all that. Um, Maybe I can. Okay, and then I'll make sure it's not. It's neater. Alright, so let's like smooth this out. Let's grab these two. what if like there's like a talent scout from like Pixar listening in on the stream, and then I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, Toy Story 3 sucks. I mean Toy Story 4. Toy Story 4 sucks, by the way. Yeah, I didn't say it sucks. I just didn't like it. I thought it should have ended with 3. But that'd be hilarious. Disney's like, and then I'm like, you know what? It sucks. They're like, ugh. I don't think Disney would be here. But hopefully they're not. They're always watching. Yeah, it just wasn't. It's just the whole movie just wasn't needed, and I feel like they know that. I mean, I think they loved the third one like most of us too. But it made a lot of money though. So, but I love 3. 3 is like such a great movie. Also, 3 is like hilarious. I remember seeing that in theaters and like people were dying laughing. It's just like the whole movie. Like as soon as it started, like on the train, people were cracking up. It was just, it was just really, really entertaining. It wasn't just like profound, which it was, especially like that to me. That was like the year. That was like a year after I graduated high school. So it was like that was like that was like a time. I mean, it wasn't. If it was the year I graduated high school, that would have been really special. But it wasn't. But it was still like that transitional period for me, like as a I think 19-year-old. And so yeah. I can't believe that was like 10 years ago too. Man. Okay, let's save this before we continue. Okay. Alright. I think we're just gonna give him like a belt and then that'll be that. Oh yeah, I still need to rig whoa. Wait, what? Oh. I thought these bandages were rigged to him for a second. I was like, I didn't even rig it yet. change this back. He's not Scorpion anymore, so let's change this to like an orange or brown. Something like that. And let's bring this in. Let's bring this all the way in. Yeah, like a little bit actually. It's kind of like a gi from Dragon Ball. It kind of looks like Goku's gi. He went from Scorpion to Goku. It's the ultimate character development. In hindsight, I'm just realizing that the last message Urban Midnight ever said was she closed the door. I have to respect that's how he just kind of pieced out. It's like, here's this reference. I'm out of here. Do with it what you will. I respect it. He's like, she closed the door, and I am too on this stream. Nah, I still don't know what that means. I'm still confused, but maybe I'll figure it out later. I'll look it up. Okay. All right. Oh, I was about to put like this spherical shape on oh wait, maybe that is it. Well, in the reference I'm using, there's like this circular spherical shape on this belt, but but it looks like it might be a necklace too. Oh, and no, it is a necklace. Okay, so it's just like, okay, so it's just this kind of, that's all it is. It's just like a thin kind of black band around the. Okay. All right. Well. almost done. Okay. Alright. Let's give him like a hat. Almost done. Okay, so oops, the hat and the reference I'm using has like kind of Kind of looks like a winter hat, but like with a, hang on. It's like a winter hat, but with like a spherical poof in it. If that makes any sense, which I'm sure it does not. But hang on. Hang on. It's gonna look better. Come on. Alright, I want to make wrinkles in this the same way I did with the other one. So let's see if that works. Oh, okay, cool. Clash Demic, hopefully. Said that right. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, let's see what this looks like. No. Let's bring this up. Just bring everything up. It's gonna look silly now, but it'll make sense. Basically, just trying to deflate this. That looks ridiculous, but it'll make sense. Okay, so basically just have to wait until this is finished baking. Hopefully it deflates the hat. So, like I said, I think in the beginning of the stream, and then again recently, the episode isn't going to be out on the 31st like I had thought, but but I'm going to try to have it by at least before the end of November. I realized while I was approaching the 31st, I maybe could make it if I rushed it, but I felt like I don't want to rush it. And so I'm gonna take my time a little bit more and just focus on getting everything I want to get done with it, and then it'll come out when it comes out. But hopefully it'll be the best it could possibly be, instead of just rushing toward the end, because I want to make the date that I made up. It's a cool thing about having your own show. One of the few. I should say one of the many, but take it. Yeah, I'm gonna take my time. I figured it's better to have something later than people are expecting, than to and I don't mean just people who saw the release date, but generally I want to have the episodes out in a a good amount of time. Like I don't want like a year to pass between episodes. Um, so, but still, I feel like I'd rather have a late episode where everyone on the planet has forgotten about the show than to have a rushed kind of kind of okay episode done on time. Um, which it's a gamble, but we'll see. Because number one thing with web series, and this goes for I don't know how many of you guys watching are interested in making web series, but I realized that like the biggest thing is consistency. It's like the most important thing, uh, which I didn't really think about much until recently. And that's hard when you're doing animation because it's like it takes a long time in between uh, episodes and things, but like it's still, even if like you don't have constant content coming out, I think it's just even just like kind of notify people that like you're still working on it and it's still it's happening. Um, because like people, like the audiences are used, and consumers of like media and everything, we're used to when we kind of decide to like something, we're kind of we have the expectation that like because, well, we have expectation that it's coming because it's scheduled and because it's paid, but there's a budget to make it come, to make it release. And I think the reason why sort of web series, I don't know how to say that plural, is I think the reason why they're not as big as they are right now is because like web series without a budget, it's because of it's kind of the release pattern can be kind of sporadic, which makes sense. It's not like the audience or people are wrong, but I think it's just important to, if you can, to keep consistent. At least that's what I've been telling myself recently. It takes time. Yeah, yeah. Also, the support and expectations can weigh in on the production. Yeah, that's true. It can add pressure, which is, I mean, that's the best kind of pressure that there is. But uh, I felt it a little bit. But it's it's I'd rather have that than the alternative of people not not caring. It's like expectations ultimately mean that people care, and that's already the most important thing. But yeah, it's I'd rather, but also it's tough because it's like, because some series, like they can leave, and then like some official budgeted series, like if they're good enough and if they land enough, like they can kind of leave for a while and people will still be kind of anticipating it, and it'll be remain in their minds. But it's kind of tough with animation because like it takes a while to build up to the story, because like a lot of the series, like Breaking Bad. I remember the last season of Breaking Bad. They split like 10 episodes like over the course of like a year or two or something like that. But like that didn't matter much because it's the biggest show and one of the best shows and most anticipated. So the wait, and I think Game of Thrones did kind of, well, they waited a long time between the seventh and eighth season. But yeah, like that would be an amazing luxury if you could just like take a break and just focus on making the show, and people still are still gonna keep it in people's minds and fresh. That would be, that's like the dream. But it's tough when it's like like at least for me right now, because the show is whoa. This does not look great. Because the show is still I mean, this did deflate, just not the way I wanted it. Um, but yeah, I was trying to say that it's tough because it's taking a while to get the story going because you know I want to build the story up properly, and and there's not like any big like you know crazy reveals as of yet, and so that's kind of the difficult part, but you maybe we'll just work with this. Nah, I think let's scrap this whole thing. All right, I'm gonna finish this later. Let's save this. I'm gonna make the hat later. Happy to voice your episodes because even yeah it's difficult. Well, since I'm already kind of making it, it's not too difficult for me. It is difficult, uh, playing. Well, it is. There's some difficulty to it, but it's not too bad because I'm already spending a lot of time making it. Um, but but yeah, it's that's a whole other thing. It's it's difficult kind of directing myself sometimes, but other than that, it's mostly just fun. Like it would, since I'm such a fan of like animation and cartoons, it would be like it would be kind of a letdown if I spent all this time making an anime series and I didn't at least voice somebody in it, and so yeah. All right, I think I'm gonna move on to finish this later. Probably give him hair maybe, and right now I'm gonna move on to the snake. Just because I don't want to look at this anymore right now. I feel like I've been taking care of this for so long. I want to diversify for a bit, and then later on tonight I'll get back to this. Okay. Um. Now I'm thinking about maybe I should get something to eat first before I start this because I'm getting hungry. Or maybe let's just power through it. All right. So here's my reference that I set this up yesterday, and then I was like, well, I had something else to do for a shot that I just finished, but I was like, I should do this on stream. Um, anytime I'm like creating something like this, I like to try to do it. Or creating something from scratch. It's kind of fun to do on live stream. this isn't exactly a side view, so I'm gonna have to just kind of guesstimate. I got a model snake, yes. Yeah, I was gonna finish the guy first, but now I'm like, I think I'm just going to move on to the snake now. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna have to eyeball a lot of this because even though this is a reference, it's not exactly lined up straight. I'm gonna start with just the head and the scales, and then the body is gonna be a different type of. The body's just gonna be an array modifier, basically, like a repeated pattern. Oops. Let's combine this. It's looking nice, thanks. It's I've never actually done this before, so hopefully it keeps looking okay. Let's cut there. Let's make this the eye. because I don't want to keep looking at this empty eyeball. I'm just going to add an eye already. This looks like this again. It's like the mouth is down here. Okay. Alright, I need to look at a few other references. I need to know where the mouth starts. Oh, I see. Okay. So the mouth is like... Oh, okay. So the mouth goes back way beyond the eye. Let's extend this more. make this look easy. Honestly, I'm kind of improvising a bit, but I've done a couple animals now, so I'm not that inexperienced with making animals, but never made a snake before, and I never really done it without a reference, so this should be interesting. I set up doing this without a reference. I totally forgot that I started it with a reference, but now I kind of have to go off book. Do I need to combine this? I think I do. Okay. Let's save that. This is gonna be complicated because of these scales. I wonder if I could do the scales with just planes. Sorry, I'm like brainstorming to myself. It'll make sense, hopefully. Um, this eye a little bigger. That's a little too flat, actually. I feel like this should be round. Okay. That's good for a start. Now for the inside. I want to do the inside of the mouth before I do the scales. Actually, let's do the scales first. I think it's more important. Let's bring this up. First of all, I just don't feel like looking at them just in a white color right now, so let's change it to green. Dim the green a bit. I feel like this is too long. And let's move this all the way in. Ooh, sorry about that. Okay. The eyes need to be sort of slanted in more, like that. Okay, what's gonna make this is the scales. So let's just get started on that. Okay. Alright, let's start with the scales. This is gonna be interesting because I have no idea how I'm really gonna do this, but I think I'm gonna try to use the shrink wrap modifier, which will make sense soon. And let's use solidify. Alright. Hang on. That's my dog. I don't know if you guys can hear. I'll be right back. Okay. Looks like probably gonna have to make the scales one by one. That's the only way to make this look convincing. I don't want to sculpt that because they're like clearly overlapping. It's actually not that hard. It's not that many. Although I feel like I should, maybe I should rig the thing first. Actually no. Sorry, I'm like, basically audibly brainstorming. Because I was thinking I should make the head, should wait until it's attached to bones, and then I should make the scales so that it's influenced the same way, but the head actually is not going to move, though. Like this half, it's only the mouth right here that's going to extend. And it looks like that doesn't really have any, or it doesn't have the same kind of scales. So I don't think I'm going to make this stuff. That's a little too complicated. Okay. I don't know if anything I just said made sense, but, but it'll make sense. Let's change that back. Okay. Actually, this is going to be touching the eye. So let's bring this up. Shrink wrap thing is annoying, but probably the best option. Okay, let's see what time is it. I think for the stream I will be calling it because I'm hungry. And this looks like it's gonna take a while. So yeah, let's see. Save that. So yeah, I think that's good for today. It's about 4 hours. Got a lot done. Realizing the scales for this is going to be really annoying and tedious, and I won't put you guys through that. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Not sure when that'll be, but